Check one. Balls. Balls. Check two. Syphilis. Syphilis. Check three. Pubes.
Quit
Hi,
playing with your
Ambry.
dinghy.
Oh, fuck you, Maddie. Hi, Mizu. Good day to you.
Fucker.
Good. Thank you, Ambry.
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
Right down in those plums.
Get your hand off my penis!
Not my hand. Since nothing is going on today whatsoever, just a normal Saturday. Just a normal Saturday. Figure it's a good time to fix this painting that I kind of hate. Okay. All right, fine. Settle down. I was wondering if you were calling it finished. Missed the end of stream. I was at the time, but not like as I will look at this more and more and discuss more, I just hate it. Nope, it's dried. It's dried. We're gonna paint over it. We just gonna paint over it. But we're gonna talk about the hand shadow. We're gonna make this light a little bit smaller and more perfect. And I'm gonna get a lot more adventurous and aggressive with some stuff. So I'm actually gonna use my imagination a little bit. Imagination. Imagination. What's Valentine's Day? Valentine's Day? The fuck's that? Alright. So, what we first gotta do is check out how different we want to change the hand pose. I also felt invigorated to do something a little bit more aggressive because something a guy on YouTube I watched said that really clarified an aspect of impressionism that really made sense. What was that? What did I hear you correctly? It's probably gonna be a hand job. We're doing a hand job live and uncensored. Cubist influence, how dare you? Alright, so I'm gonna show you the hand placement I have right now. Don't consider the size. I also made the light whiter. So everybody take a look at this. You're goddamn right, John Kelly. So it's going to be bigger than this, the hand, relative to that. But I also made the light cooler. Omizu, what do you think? Because you're bringing this up a lot. So is Sean. Oh no, Yambari said it was a Cubist influence. So imagine that hand bigger, but in that pose. And then instead of going more yellowy warm like I have in my painting, I go colder and white. Colder neutral. With maybe some aggressive blues, greens, like yellowy greens. Into some like maybe lighter blues as well. Maybe like some Viridian touches here. We talking hand job, Sashi. Live and uncensored on this stream. In the shadow. Well, that's gonna, like, that's what the shadow's gonna change to, but we're probably gonna make it bigger, but we're gonna make the circle, of light smaller, okay? I'm keeping the ass in here with light on it just because I still think I need to account for it, like, as far as color is concerned. Imagination, imagination, imagination. Are we agreed? Oh, I have other announcements and questions. Hola, Sean. Hey, Sean, what do you think about this pose better? Yeah, the hand's gonna be bigger. The hand is just there for the pose. Hand is just there for the pose. But we're going to enlarge it. And the color of the light, right? I'm thinking about making the light just colder. Because the light needs to be more striking, needs to be more aggressive. I put way too much restraint on it. Okay. Also, we have announcements. All right, does everybody have their notepads down for announcements? Everyone got their notepads? For anybody who has bought paint from me or is interested in buying paint from me, would you all be interested in oleo gel that I sold? Oleo gel that I sold. I think I can make my own oleo gel and charge less than what other companies charge for it. Is this something any of y'all would be interested in? Well, oleo gel is just linseed oil, gelled linseed oil. It doesn't really affect drying time, but it holds form. This is what I get before. But this can, it's a pint, costs, I had to buy a new one, costs $60. This costs $60, okay? And I looked at what goes into making oleo gel, and I think I could do it on my own. Omizu, I've used oleo gel on every painting of mine for the last like 2 to 3 years. So it's not like it's like it helps with flow off the brush. It can show brush marks, right? And it's just linseed oil. Natural Pigments website does suck, but they I think they charge as much because of the smaller tubes and what they charge for the smaller tubes. I think I could make this for less than half the price. I think I could make it for less than half the price. So that means I think I could sell it. I think I could sell one of these for like $30. Yeah, it doesn't even out, Omizu. It holds form. So I wanted to see if people are interested. But I ordered it's fumed silica that apparently is the thickener for this. And I don't even know if I have to apply heat to it, actually. Haven't been able to find that out, but I'm going to test it out. I ordered it. The fumed silica is cheap. And if like there's like a weight ratio relative to other things that I've used before, then I don't think that's like, I don't need to use that much. Like a pound was like it was a pint. Was like $12 for fumed silica. No, probably paint cans like this, Gooseroon. Or tubes. Or tubes. Paint cans aren't the most ideal thing, but they're not the worst, you know. Having air exposure to mediums isn't as bad as it is with paint, because paint with pigment usually dries. I mean, like, a lot of the pigments dry faster when exposed to air, so that's why you don't keep paint in jars. Do not keep paint in jars. It will dry out fairly quickly. Not really. Gooseroon, ambient air affects it more than anything. From literally something I just read, linseed oil's properties are less affected directly by light than it is ambient air in the environment. It's not in... Here's the thing, Gooseroon. What you said is a correct... Well, all right. Here's where you're incorrect. Is the assumption that it's an assumption. To say, I would expect light based on, like, you know, let's just say, I would expect light to affect it, right? And that's based on anecdotal evidence. People say this type of stuff. I would have made that assumption probably 2 weeks ago, too. The assumption is where, like, the line of thinking is incorrect, right? But it's not even a worse deal, because you could just research this, right? I learned about it through reading a paper on sun-thickened linseed oil. I get you, Sean. Well, that's why I phrase it as people who would buy my paint or buy my materials, because I can't sell oil to y'all. Like, I don't get oil. I buy oil at retail, like you all do. So it's like, what, I'm going to like repackage it and then charge more? No, it's ridiculous. However, I've only found one place that really makes oleo gel. And the price has raised recently. They have good quality oil. I don't question the quality of it, but the price is high. But it's a small business and stuff. But, you know, I talk about mediums. This was $60. Yeah, and I get you, Sean. This is just because I'm making it for myself, right? That I think that if I can provide a good product for less than retail or what less people are charging, it kind of feels like I ought to do it. Yeah, so. Like, I'm not going to sell pigments off my website unless I can get a direct line to manufacturers and can get it at manufacturer, like, you know, bulk. But I can't, right? I don't make pigments. If I made Bone Black, for example, I'd sell that if I made it myself. But, you know, point being is, like, nor has anybody expressed interest. And I'm not, like, you know, I don't have the money or capital to, you know, stock up on hundreds of pounds of pigment, nor do I have the space to keep it. So, why did that get all... Imagination, imagination, imagination. Why did it... Oh, because I zoomed in, that's why. Jesus Christ. I was like, why am I pushing this back so much? Okay. Is it a yellow thing or because it's by weight? A yield thing? Usually pigment price is dictated by yield. Quinacridone magenta yields really well. So, Sean, usually pigments that are small, like that are very tiny, like mean diameters, and are fluffier, yield the best. So the best yielding pigment I am aware of is Lamp Black. Pyrrole Red yields very well. Quinacridone magenta yields very well. Phthalo blue yields very well. No, I understand. Yeah, I know you're looking at Quin red. Point being is, it's more of a property of the pigment, like, I believe crystalline structure and its diameter. So, for example, titanium white is a small diameter pigment, but it doesn't yield well. Okay, it doesn't need a lot of oil, and because it's like the particles themselves are very dense, right? So to give you an idea, to make 41 milliliters of paint, I need like 70 to 80 grams of titanium white pigment to make that tube. For lamp black, I need 17 grams. For quinacridone magenta, I probably need 25-ish. 25 to 28-ish. Well, see, that's the thing, right? So, Sean, cadmium red is dense. Like, it's denser. So you'll probably get 3 times the amount of, for the same amount of weight, you would probably get 3 to 4 times the amount of paint of that Quin red. By volume. By volume, Sean. You get what I'm saying? They don't have the same yields. So like, Sean, I'll give you the extreme example. Lead white, you might say, I can get lead white for $20 a pound. I can get that right now for $20 a pound. I can only make 4 tubes of paint from that pound. Not even 4 tubes of paint from that pound. Little less than 4 tubes, okay? A pound of pyrrole red would probably make me 40 tubes. Maybe not 40. Probably 30. I would comfortably say 30 tubes of paint. 30 tubes of paint for a pound of that pigment. So this just goes on to, like, unfortunately, it becomes, I don't want to say proprietary, but it's like a learned. It's a learned by observation and doing and making the paint. So I can tell you what paints yield well and which ones don't of the colors that I've made. Bismuth doesn't yield great. Titanium white, lead white doesn't yield great. They're the heavier, more denser pigments. Burnt umbers and in between, ivory blacks and in between, ultramarine blues, middle to okay yield. But then like lamp black, phthalo blue, every pyrrole, quinacridone magenta, lamp black, all yield tremendously well. Okay. So that's why you'll see, I don't know if companies are aware of that, but that's why you'll see, like, 100 grams of pyrrole is $25 and 100 grams of, not 100, 100 grams of pyrrole is $30, $40, and 100 grams of titanium white is like $8, right? But the amount of paint you can make from those, well, not $8, but it might be $5. You're like, oh, why is that so much more expensive? Well, you get more bang for your buck. I have to do like a stint of paint making soon. Pretty soon we're gonna be on paint making week, everybody. I gotta make several colors. It's long days, yo. I specifically need to make lemon yellow, I need to make titanium white, and I need to make burnt umber. But that's like 3 days of work. The painting, yeah. Oh, I think I need to grab a new titanium white, right? Did I do that already? Burnt umber blues. I don't have quinacridone out. That's quinacridone. Got the yellow. I need titanium white. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's pricier. It yields, however, Sean, it does yield better than cadmiums. It does yield better than cadmiums. So the problem with cadmiums is cadmiums don't yield well. And they're a pricier pigment by weight. So like, if I were to buy, I don't know. I mean, just fact of the matter is, if I were to buy a $30 tub, a 4-ounce tub from Natural Pigments, I'm probably getting 1 tube out of that. I'm probably using all $30. Now they're charging a markup. You can get better prices, and you can get it by weight instead of by volume. But like, if I were to make cadmium yellow with how I'm like, just any cadmium color, Sean, and sell it on my site, they would probably be the most expensive tubes of paint I make. 40 mil, yeah. I'm talking, that's with retail pigment prices, Sean. If I found a better deal on them, so let's say I bought a kilogram of it at a time. If I bought a kilogram, I'd probably pay somewhere in the range of $200 to $250. I mean, do you see the price? Most companies charge $60 for a tube of cadmium paint. And at that quality, it still is worth it, Sean. It still is worth it. At every point, Sean, I have not found a pigment, even buying pigment, a paint, that buying pigment at retail is not saving you money. Now, how much do you value your time? I don't know. Right? Yeah. It is something like that. I sell 41 for $29 right now. I might have to raise that price, though. If I can work out, I might have to raise some of my prices on my paint, everybody, because of the cost of pigment. Unless I can get this shipping from Kramer from Germany worked out. I have to go grab a tube of titanium white. 1 second. Running into my garbage can. Okay. It's just stuck. No, they make their margins on the cadmium, Sean. They make their margins on everything, I promise you. You know why I know that? Do you know why I know that, Sean? Because I'm talking about buying pigment in small batches at retail. They are working with pigment manufacturers directly or distributors and are buying thousands of pounds of pigment at a time. They are also not adding pure pigment to they're not adding pure pigment to their paints like I do. So I'm willing to bet you, Sean, I would bet money that $37 tube of bismuth yellow from Williamsburg has less than $5 amount of pigment. I would bet money. I use both, Sean. I only get a few pigments from Natural Pigments. It's just a lot of the places that on certain pigments it is. Hi, Scott Paints. How you doing, bud? So, like, for example, the Blue Ridge pigments from Natural Pigments, which I use them for my natural, like, earth colors. Those are all sourced in America from the Blue Ridge Mountains in North Carolina. Right? Cadmiums seem to be not produced in Europe or places with high tariffs. However, I can tell you that the cobalt paints, I can tell you that cobalt paints went up by almost 100%. Quinacridone went up, which means that they were most likely produced outside of the country and shipped in. So I checked yesterday, or 2 days ago, Natural Pigments was selling a tub of quinacridone magenta for $50. For $50. And last year it cost $30. Last year it cost $30, everybody. Same with their cobalts. Their cobalt turquoise is now $50, and I used to get it for $30. However, the earth pigments didn't really change much. Titanium white didn't change much, right? I put out way too much red here. I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah, so. However, what I'm trying to work out, Sean, is my dad has a lot of like ex-work associates and current work associates who live or are based out of Germany, where Kramer's based out of. So we're trying to work it out where whenever they come to America, they can bring in like a couple kilograms of pigment, and I can get the European price, which would save me roughly $100 per kilogram. Would roughly save me $100 per kilogram, and I wouldn't have to raise my prices. Until these fucking tariffs are gone. But I have a feeling that companies are going to say fuck it and keep their prices higher, regardless if the tariffs are there or not. Because existence is suffering, and people are shitheads. Yeah. So. But Sean, it all comes down to, like, if I had more capital to work with, I could get pigments at cheaper rates. Because I could say, oh, I'm not going to buy a kilogram. I'm going to buy 25 kilograms. It might have to be that, Yambari. Yeah, if anybody's going to Germany, please pick up some pigment for me. Mule me back some bismuth yellow and maybe a pyrrole or two. I mean, you know what the difference is in price, Yambari? It's literally $100 per kilogram difference. What they sell it for, basically to make up for margin and shipping and tariff cost, you have to pay an extra. I'm talking, the difference is $160 to $260. All because we have a geriatric pants shitter in office who believes that tariffs do something beneficial for people. An Artel, if you will. I like that. See, that would have been a good... If I was making a serious paint company name, that would be a good paint company name. Artel Paints. Maybe I'll have to create the Artel line of my paints, the paints that I'm muling over from Europe. Okay. Running out of oleo gel. It's like I'm scraping a goddamn mayonnaise jar in here. I mean, if you want to use a worse palette, sure. If you don't want to mix a purple or a good blue again, or green, by all means. You have oranges, you have reds. But you won't have good reds either. You'll have okay oranges. Think you should all use Zorn? Fuck that. Zorn is a miserable palette. You should feel bad for suggesting it. I might be going to the Milwaukee Art Museum this week. My sister, who lives in Madison, wants to go, and she's moving away to Boston soon. And so she's been wanting to go for a while, and kind of just like, you know, committing to going. It's a long day, but it'll be good. Okay. Yeah, all right, everybody. We ready to do this? We ready to do this? Imagination. Okay, first off, we're gonna probably lower this circle. And we're probably gonna put a dark silhouette around the ass and back. So we're gonna shrink the circle first. I will not. I will never. Thank you, Maddie. Oh, fuck. They're just like... there. Fix it. Shut up, Hodorous. Fix your life. I will not. My life is staying a mess, everybody. Listen. On this day, just a normal Saturday with nothing going on, nothing important. Okay. I'm stating now I will not fix my life. R.I.P.D. Anyone got that reference? I don't want your life. That's true. Well, yeah, well, there's multiple ones. There's also Varsity Blues reference, which was literally came out before you were born, Maddie. James Vanderbeek was the star of Varsity Blues. And he died like a few days ago. That was a famous line from that movie. Okay. Let's do this. Fucking glare. This glare has been a pain in my assholes this entire painting. Time to catch me out here. Oh, yeah. Alright, eye itch. Don't you love that right when you start painting? Okay. I haven't seen it for a long time, Codex. Was Paul Walker in it? There was also that big guy who lost a lot of weight. I remember him getting famous. And wasn't one of the dads kind of famous? Like, wasn't Vanderbeek's dad famous? Or a fairly big actor at the time? I don't want your life. And how are you doing, Codex? If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. So I'm just cleaning up this silhouette. I might intrude on this as far as, like, you know, painting over it again with the light, but I just want to make sure that this is nice, and I could probably even make it darker, which probably is not a bad idea here. Specifically around here. To make that pop. Papa! Thank you, Mudworks. Yep. It certainly does, Codex. Compounded with the fact that existence is suffering. Okay. Alright, so now let's figure out what our circle is going to be now. I was talking about lowering the circle. Do we think that... I do want the circle to be smaller and more perfect. Mud, did you hear about, I think it was the Swedish team cheating at curling? I think it was the Swedish team. It was Canada. Those goddamn Canadians. Those sneaky Canadians. I knew we couldn't trust them. Yeah. I saw the video of it. They were distinctly breaking the rules, too. That's true, Maddie. Curling is your sumo. I got into Olympic curling. I mean, I didn't follow it outside of it, really. But when the Americans won it, 8 years ago now? When that American team won it, I watched, like, every one of their matches. But other than that, curling is just so fun, though. Curling looks like such a fun game. It does seem like an exhausting time, though. B, aggressive. B-E, aggressive. I haven't, but if you were to do that technique, it works best with oils, Codex. I could explain to you how to do it. I just don't like it. I don't like it. Hi, Outernet. But it just seems like how could you do like drink beer and do that type of like hard sweeping and like, you know, skating? Like maybe it's just a hilarious shit show when you get a bunch of drunk like 40-year-olds curling. Or is it more competitive like bowling leagues get, you know? Like, do fights break out at the...
Dragon out drag off.
Thank you, Adonet. It's a bowling equivalent? Okay. How are you today, Adonet? Nice to see you again. All right, let me get everybody up to date now that there are more people here. So I hated the hand placement and the light on this, and I got invigorated with a kind of like a thing I read on the philosophy of Impressionism, but that's going to kind of be our new hand shape. We are going to make it bigger. But that's going to be the new hand shape, everybody. What I had before, I think it looked like shit, Codex. I just don't think I executed it any way in which I found acceptable. So I warmed up the light I'm looking at. I'm going to make the light punchier, more expressive, and I'm going to fix the hand pose. Interesting, Mud. Yeah, like, you know, it's interesting the type of, like, you know, cultural or, you know, behavioral things within the sport, right? That you learn about. But I mean, like, if a team's fucking clearly cheating at the Olympics, if there's any place to call that shit out, it's fucking there. You're only supposed to touch the rocks or whatever by the handle, and you're supposed to let it go before it touches this green line. The Canadians were physically touching the rock part with their hands and fingers ever so slightly, and in addition, it was like at the line they were still touching it too. Yeah, I mean, Mud, you know, like I was into like Magic the Gathering and shit like that. You wouldn't believe, like at tournaments they have featured cameras where like there's like a featured match of people playing. You wouldn't believe how many people have cheated throughout the years on the featured cam. On the featured cam. I mean, we're not talking about like a singular time. We're talking dozens.
You're a snitch.
Like the audacity of people to cheat on featured cams, like with people watching it, and people love to catch cheaters at these types of things, and it just like it's shocking how often it happens. Well, I think I wanted to... I'm trying to work out the areas I won't have to paint over again. So I'm going to try and make the edge more perfect, and the light is going to be more bright. All right, not bad, out in it. All right. I was relying a little bit too much on what I saw, not versus what I wanted the viewer to see. I mean, I love sports. I think sports are a great reflection of culture. Maybe we do keep it at that location. That's why American sports are so overly competitive and vapid. And corporate. Okay. The next painting, by the way, is going to be like I said, the dick tip of this one. That's going to be the next painting, everybody. I was originally planning to start this today, but I knew you know, a couple days ago, I knew I wanted to just, like, you know, redo this part. Okay. Strong silhouettes. Let's fix that area that I'm gonna have to paint over right now. Shooby-doo-bop. Looks like they are gonna touch, which is fine. But I did want some black silhouette, like, you know, somewhere on the back. I think it will help with that contrast a bit. The color is going to be massively different. That's okay. Okay, not that red, though. That was on the back side of the brush. Right now, I'm just trying to get a representation in a non-black color, right, for the rest of this circle. So I was watching kind of a YouTube guy on art. He clarified something in my head. A little bit of a thing that I had problems kind of explaining myself at times. And what is like the justification for an impressionist to paint expressively? Why would an impressionist paint expressively? Like, how do you, and I've struggled with this recently with my paintings, where I think I've gotten a little bit too literal at times. And the constraint of nature is always there. But the key kind of philosophy difference that I've been lacking on recently is impressionism accounts for, right, in like, you always are constrained by nature, but it's about painting what you want people to see of your impression and the effect of that, right? Not a literal copy, right? And so I think I have a problem with losing that at times. Where, and this was a perfect example of it, right? Nothing is strong enough about this. The light isn't light enough. The contrasts aren't light enough. The hand is sloppy regardless, but like, yeah, even the hand position is not like striking enough, right? It bothered me from the start or not from the start, but like when it was like coming together, and you heard me complaining about hitting that color well. And then of course that video gets released that day, and it's like, oh shit, that's like kind of something I'm been lacking and missing a lot recently. What a breakthrough. It's a reinforcement, Omizu. It's a reinforcement of, and a reminder, right? And a bring up of, like, you know, it's like the benefit of maybe taking a step back at sometimes, where it's like, you know, remember that I'm not copying, I'm relaying my impression. But my impression also has imaginative aspects to it. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it's very true. Like, Omizu, like, you know, you had that awesome portrait that you shared with us a little bit ago. You know, and you use colors aggressively, you use shapes aggressively, and contrast aggressively. But there was still a very good level of realism, right? Clearly realism, right? You were constrained by size, the shapes of the light, right? But once again, I was like I felt like I was like shackling myself a little bit too much with that recently. Now, like, I was doing like absurd stuff, but I never really went out there on a limb with like color usage, maybe pushing some effects more than I should have. And you know, I heard it, it made sense, and then it's like you reflect back to like, shit, I've probably been doing this for like 4 months. Well, I mean, like, here's the best example codex I can give is just Monet, right? Monet wasn't painting exact colors. He was painting with a relation to contrasts. He was still confined to, like, constrained by nature, but, you know, he wasn't seeing literal purples in places. He wasn't like, you know, I need to know more about Frizette too. Frizette. I know the name. I'm not familiar enough with his work, but like, they are impressionists in the sense that they are render not a landscape, but the sensation produced by a landscape. Yep. That's like, that's like the perfect way of putting it, right? It's still a landscape. It is still clearly a landscape, but once it's your impression, and there is a lot of wiggle room in the context of what your impression is of it, right? And I would argue that that's probably something Sargent in his catalog of work was a little weak on. Right? Where Monet is like, you know, Monet is like the perfect representation of that, right? Where Sargent has like the painting skill, the shapes, like everything else, but like his creativity, it did improve over time, obviously, but like he went through periods where he didn't really do anything with that. And I, you know, and just always got to keep it in mind, right? So I'm excited. I've been legitimately excited to do this painting session. And get this figured out. So it might get a little wacky today, everybody. Might get a little wacky. All right? Because normally this is a very serious stream. Okay? Normally the stream is super serial. I think there's value in doing that, Shaw, like in exposing yourself to others, but also actively learning an intent, the philosophy of one. So, and like I'm not like, don't get me wrong, starting to paint or painting is not difficult for me, but I had a different level of excitement where it's like I said, it feels like I have like I don't have like certain constraints on me that I felt like I kind of had before. So, or that I was putting on myself. So. How do we like that for the size of the circle and the shape of the circle? Like, I think I'm gonna get it more perfect. Don't account for color. We're just talking about size and shape here. Right? We know size matters. We obviously know size matters. That line kind of, it's a little bit too down this way, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. But I guess I'm saying is like also not committing to anything can also be its own pitfall. I guess was my point there. That is also an opinion, right? But I'm also one that's always a proponent of do what you like. Do what you enjoy, so. Because if you don't enjoy doing this, you better fucking stop. Because, like, what's the fucking point? By the way, who saw that awesome video of that high schooler punching the shit out of that, that other high schooler about the ice shit? That kid's awesome. That kid should go to college for free. It was great, wasn't it, Aqua? It was just like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Get his ass. But he was fair. He warned him. He warned him. The asshole doubled down. And a legend was born. Oh my god, Aqua. F off. Oh my god. On this Christian stream? I'm trying not to cover up areas I might be painting black on again, so. And I'm trying to keep this a little bit thinner so I can cover it up easier next time. I accept your apology. I guess like how I feel about this depends on our definition of drawing, Sean. Right? Because as you know, I don't know why I didn't cover this up right away. I don't classically draw, right? But I think you've talked about it too. Like what I do technically draw. It's just I draw in a different way. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Okay. All right. Do we have our circle? Do we have our circle placement, everybody? Yeah. And so, yeah, I would largely agree with that, Sean, right? I think I'd say some abstract artists might disagree with you, but I don't think there's a lot of that subsection that is not, I'd say, drawing with intent. Obviously, there are some that definitely are. But I also don't really have an appreciation for it, so, you know. Yeah. No, yeah, that's like the distinction, right? Completely agree. Okay. All right. So now we're going to paint the hand. All right. We're going to start the hand job, everybody. Get ready. The hand job, live and uncensored, is about to start live on Twitch and YouTube. Should have stretched out my shoulder before this. Okay. Let's bring out a smaller brush. Okay. All right, so I want to do that one large. I want to do this hand larger than what I'm seeing. Maybe I won't do it in black right away, so I have an easier thing to cover up if I need to. So let's do this in kind of a dirty mid-green. Not that dirty. Let's make it dirtier. I could also go purples with this. We'll see. All right. So I suspect I want it to come... from down meow. Maybe at a bigger angle than what I just had. Yeah, I mean, that is a concession I have to make, right? But here's the thing, right? Like, Sean, is philosophically covering up an underdrawing is something philosophically, I'm saying that a lot, I have issues with, right? As far as how it affects your approach to painting, right? So point being is I don't want to create a drawing that I fill in the lines, the outlines, right? Obviously you can mass draw an underpainting and use that as a guide, true. But I don't want to put myself in a position to be following a guide in that context. That's a really good way of putting it, Sean. That's a really good way of putting it. Right? And, you know, and it's largely to my detriment in the context of my results. My results have suffered because I don't do careful drawings. That means like measuring. I intentionally try to do everything by eye. I try to see color by eye. I don't try and measure the color I see. I don't measure my drawings, right? I'm actively trying to train all of this simultaneously, and it no doubt affects my, like, the exactness of my results, right? But once again, I've made my peace with that. Get the other fingers in there. Yeah. Well, that's what it is, right? It feels like the opposite. I should probably wait to do this, Mark, but I'm just gonna decide to do it. But also, like, I also enjoyed doing it like that. So, Sean, the first time I did that was where I did mass drawing straight into color was over 2 years ago now. And I literally haven't gone back because I enjoyed it the first time. Because once again, I would start off my streams by doing a burnt umber underpainting, either traditional with brushes or the rub out method where I'd rub one out live on camera. And then I tried just the mass, but then I'd like struggle. I'd still struggle with my drawings and still struggle with a lot of that shit. And I'm like, what's the point if I'm gonna spend like 2 hours doing an underpainting and then have to still fix everything? then like why not just go straight in with color, right? And I did, and I really enjoyed the first time. The first time I did it, I thought my results were splendiferous, and I just literally have never gone back. Because I could even tell you the first painting I did it on. There's a time lapse of it too, I'm pretty sure. Frankly, I think it was one of my better portraits I've ever done. Gonna take me higher and higher. Like right there. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be purple, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. Gotta be free, gotta be mean, gotta be everything more. Why don't you like me, why don't you like me? Walk out the door. Perfectly valid to work from mass drawings. I just trim cheap and yeah. But maybe you should consider badly made paints. If you could find, I'll say this, Sean, if you wanted to do mass drawing, thank you, Mud. And you could find a linseed based student grade brand that is cheap, right? That's probably your best case to practice it. However, I'd say that's one of your best uses for digital. One of your best uses for digital is practicing mass drawing. With color, mind you. But there are, I'd put some massive restrictions on digital, like no zooming, one size brush the entire time, like you don't change brushes while you're doing it, right? You don't color pick, right? You always pick your color out of like the wheel that they show. I would put those things, those restrictions on any mass drawing practice you do in digital. And if I ever get digital, everybody, that's what I'd be doing with it. I'd be practicing mass drawings. Yeah. Yeah, this is a lot of paint on here. That is true. By the way, Mud, are you familiar with Meat Canyon? I was thinking about you today because of a Meat Canyon video. He does like a lot of cartoons, like kind of like making fun of a lot of like people, and he has a very specific like drawing style. And he has a secondary channel where he does commentary, essay, discussion type things. And today's was about you know, smut books, right? And it's like the conversation we always had. And so he obviously like, you know, makes it a little bit more edgy, but it's like kind of the inherent sexism of the industry, or like of like people like talking, like giving women shit for, you know, reading romantic books and that type of shit. Now he kind of like walked his conclusion back a little bit. Yeah, for liking anything, right? But it was still like the premise and like the way he like, you know, I'd say his initial approach to it I found frustrating. Because it really is like men are. It's amazing how much men are uncomfortable with that shit. Related to how much men just watch like hardcore pornography like daily. My shoulder's getting to a point where anytime I like rotate it, it cracks. It doesn't really hurt. Just like sometimes I have to like loosen it up to get full mobility. Yeah. Oh, well, no, it's smut, Mud. It's smut, right? It's like, you know, it's inherently like a derogatory, you know. It's like it's me like basically calling it less than, right? Which like, you know, women have been done for, or women have been demeaned in such a way. That's why, you know, with our right-wing shift, everybody on this channel, with our right-wing shift, obviously we're advocating the end of suffrage, okay? Obviously, okay, with our right-wing shift. That's why we got to pass the SAVE Act, okay? We got to pass the SAVE Act. Right? So women can't vote. Obviously. Who's with me? Yeah, I mean, exactly, Mud. That's the thing. It's like... That's a really good way of putting it. Yeah. Well, I mean, so many women in the past, right? Like Lucille Ball comes to mind, right? And the shit she had to deal with and advocated for, and the shit she actually did, despite like so many men working against her. Obviously, like famous women throughout history had to deal with that shit too. But Lucille Ball was a very, very interesting person. It's really fun to just randomly blob down watercolors and draw them. Yeah. Sean, your watercolor, that skull, I love that thing. No shit, I had no clue. I had no clue. Huh. Good to know. Like, isn't it shocking that, like... I still kind of think that despite the economic reasons for Trump winning the presidency, I think there's a part of me that still feels like it's just sexism is so ingrained culturally here that like that might have overrode like the economic factors of the election, right? No shit. I'll have to check that out, bud. That's really cool. Yeah. Well, I want to I would like to get better at watercolor because I see that like looseness, but impressionistic feel in like a good watercolor where you just confidently plop down a color and you don't do anything else. I layer too much. I overcook my watercolors quite a bit. Like I want to do a watercolor challenge, and probably the next watercolors I do, I might just put a rule on myself is that I can't do any layering, just no layering. I can only put color over an area once. Now, I might spend more time on an underdrawing in that context, but I think that is a very, very cool thing about watercolors. The confidence of good watercolor is so impressive to me. Yeah, and that's, you know, that's fantastic. I think that's like largely why I liked it so much, right? It's just, to me, it's very impressive. It's something I'd like to be better at. Like I said, I regularly overcook my watercolors. But I'm also like, I'm so used to like my oils where I just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna scrape it off or paint over it, right? Right. Yeah, Sean, that makes sense. Yeah, Wit, there is something very special about a confident. I mean, I feel the same about oils. Obviously, it's every medium. There's something so impressive about confident marks, right, on any painting. And the thing about watercolors is like the stakes are so much higher for that. You get one go. You get one chance to make that confident mark and live with it. And it's like when it's done well, man. Like, yeah, no takebacks, double stamps. And it's wonderful. I mean, like, you know, obviously there are ways to watercolor where there's less on the line, right? There's better paper. There's stuff that involve layering more or intentionality with that. But, like, you know, I'm talking about the simple ones, right? There's something very special about that. Even then, though, Mud, like, you know, try doing that with a phthalo blue in there, right? No shot. No shot, yo. Now, like a weaker earth color, yeah, definitely. But some, like a pigment that's smaller than the fibers of the paper, yeah. I mean, fuck, you can't get phthalo blue out of clothes. You spill some phthalo blue on your clothes, I don't care if the oil's all gone out of there, that pigment is stuck in there. And now you got a cool shirt with some phthalo blue on it. I need to start wearing like the same shirts whenever I paint so they just get dirtier over time. I still wash them, of course, but they just are like covered in paint at some point and they just turn into a really cool heirloom. Gonna take it higher and higher. Son of a bitch! Lizzie! You goddamn fucker! You are absolutely that thing. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky. We're gonna try it like right here. I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. Gonna be free, gonna be mean, gonna be everything more. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Walk out the door. Ooh. How are you today, Lizzie? McGuire. All right. So the assassination attempt didn't work, huh? I'm doing all right.
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god, a raid!
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not, Bo. You can get fucked. Good, Maddie, good.
Fucker.
How you doing, Gerg?
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. Don't, how can you boo something that can't be booed?
Son of a bitch!
You're a son of a bitch. Hi, Amy. Son of a bitch. Salt. No looting, though. I cannot be booed. Amy, welcome in. How was the origami? Post your links. I'm not a taint.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. I'm not a taint. Amy, if you'd like to post your links, please do. I'm clearly not a taint, Garg. You folded the papers? Good. It's nice to see origami. I saw a really cool origami here in Rockford, where I live, who was at those
I can feel it
fairs,
all the way
and he
down
did
in
some
my
really cool
plums.
stuff. Right down in those plums. Right now, we're redoing this hand and light because it fucking sucked. Yeah, he literally went to at the art show and had like framed origami. He had like two hands, like I think doing a Rubik's cube, like in a skeleton origami. Like it was, this dude was clearly obsessed with it. He was like even standing by his booth just doing origami to pass time. It was awesome to see like somebody just love it. He was one of the few people like I like talked to because I was like I was very impressed with his skill and his obvious passion. I talked about this the other day at that art fair. Like there was some cool stuff. Looking back on it, there was too many like photographers who only took photos of naked women. There was like 4 of those guys there. All dudes, of course. But there was some good Latino representation too. There is. Like I said, I used to do it as a kid a lot. I had several books. It'd be something I'd do to like, I'd get in the phases where I'm like, oh, I just want to do origami. Sounds good, Amy. Thank you for the raid. If you want to post the links, please do.
Save the children!
I will not yawn. Those kids are done. So we're changing the hand, for anybody who wasn't here, we're changing hand positions and the lighting. I'm newly inspired about some things. And hopefully it'll make this painting not suck. Well, that's the thing you don't see, right? You don't see any dongs hanging off those photographers' photos, you know? It's just like a naked woman and some trees. Kinda. See a lot of that. And who doesn't love a good naked woman? But man, when it feels a little nefarious in their motivations, I tend to be a little suspect. See, now I'm tempted to start photography and just put a bunch of dongs up there. Thank you, Omizu. Damn pervert's true. That's going to be my next photography exhibition, everybody. Festival of Dongs. Festival of Dongs. All my photos are going to be taken in the Valley of Penises. The painted dong's true. I mean, we got the painted dong coming up in a few months, everybody. Start marking your calendars. We do have the painted dong coming up fairly soon. All right, we're gonna do some. We're gonna start with some aggressive coloring here. Oh my God! Paint a dong, Omizu. Paint a long dong. All right, so now I'm going to clean up these silhouettes. This is not the, like, you know, going to be the prevalent color, but I'm going to use this to cover up the silhouettes. Ooh. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Buck's messaging me. Who's texting me? I'm gonna get irrationally angry. Okay. Those are just Twitch alerts. Shooby-doo-bop-ba. Skeety-dup. Oh my God, Garg. Garg, pretty soon, you know, plein air season is going to be here before we know it. We're gonna have some plein air Garga Paloozas. Yep. It'll be fun. Looking forward to it. Maybe between this. This needs to come down a lot lower. Like right there. That one stays up a lot higher. Gonna take it higher and higher. I think that angle needs to be a little bit more. Cover. Don't over. I think so too, Yambari. We're obviously going to... I'm going to push the darks and the lights a lot on this. And gonna make it Piapa. But thank you. I think this was good. I think this is a good thing to do. Because I like what's going on here, right? I think I did a good job with this overall. It's just that this always felt like a fucking child whenever I looked at it. And between, like, you know, the death threats I kept on getting from you all, saying change the painting, it sucks, you know, through the multitude of death threats I was receiving, I'm like, okay, I probably should fix this. So many death threats. That's true, Garg. Yeah, good point, Yambari. Thank you, Omizu. Thank you. Yeah, they did get a few shots off, though, Mizu. They did get a few shots off before they, like, just walked away. Just walk away. Okay. All right, so now I'm actually quite happy with this form. feel like I did a pretty good job on it on the first go. Question is, do I want to get the lights on there? First, or... I should... There are probably some things I should do first, actually. Should clean up this. I do like the effect that I got with the varying thickness due to the cardboard. So you stiffed on the tip? Thank you, Mizu. No, it's just, I want these silhouettes to be good. I don't want these silhouettes to come across soft, right? Because we're going for the visual effect of like the hard silhouette, right? So there's actually some like forms in here that I think would greatly benefit from having that hard silhouette. So I should clean these up first. And then remake these, add some thickness to certain forms. And then I could play around with, though, the colors I use for the darks. Like, I think I could go for a dark blue green. I think I could throw in some purples. Obviously some blacks and maybe some, like, some burnt umber. To get some contrast within the hands themselves to play off the different colors I use for the light. Right? Because my goal here is to not be a fucking coward. Right? My main goal here is just to not be a coward about any of this. And you all know I am a coward. And if anybody wants to know some things I'm thinking about even trying, look up some Antoni Gaudi oil paintings, everybody. Gaudi. Antoni Gaudi. And look at specifically the skies of his paintings. I'm thinking about even going as severe as something like that. Also Van Gogh sky stuff, possibly. For this light. Because obviously Van Gogh is such a huge influence on me. Taking higher now.
I said good day!
Good day, Richards. How you doing, bud? Try and stop me. Pizza sounds good. I'm still on discount ham, but I made it with pinto beans and rice yesterday. So I'm on 2 days of discount ham, beans, and rice. Turned out pretty good though. Some lime, some tomato, some onions and garlic. Hasn't been bad. But like I said, this was discount ham week at the Badley household. Discount ham week. But tomorrow I'm getting some, we're celebrating my dad's birthday, and they're actually coming up here. And my sister's coming down from Madison. Discount Ham Week is the new Shark Week, everybody. Discovery's already bought the rights for me. Probably move that finger in a little bit more. I have not heard of the fried ham song, no. Sounds like a song I would like, though. Know it? I wrote it. Been taken higher and higher. How you doing, Todd? Van Gogh. Van Gogh. Welcome in. Or maybe it's Van Jeff. Maybe you forgot the E. I'm going to call you Van Jeff. Welcome in, Van Jeff. I'm pretty sure that's right. I'm pretty sure it's Van Jeff. I'm rarely wrong. As in, I'm never wrong. How you doing today, Todd? actually not bad. I think that is something that's not right. Oh, nice. What are you thinking about taking? You know, I'm kind of in a bad pizza mood. I'm kind of in a bad pizza mood. I get like this like once a year. No shit, you're that close? Yeah, if you could swing it, man. I never had to take I guess I did technically take upper level physics classes in engineering, even though they weren't like part of the physics curriculum. But, you know, I don't think it would it could probably greatly benefit you. Obviously, depending on the cost and shit, obviously there is limitations. Gotcha. Well, you got through enough of the fucking classes where you'd only need 4. What about your GEDs and shit like that? Oh, yeah, then definitely. Oh, fuck yeah, if they're paying for it, yo. What's GIS? GIS. What does that stand for? Geographic Info Science. Okay, that's why I didn't know it. Interesting. I didn't know that, Todd. What job does that correlate to? Or like what job would you want to get with that degree? Out of curiosity. Is that like data analysis related? Nice, you should. Yeah, that's awesome. I hope you get it, dude. I do like this effect of the thumb going. If you need me to kill, threaten, or blow anybody so you get that job, just let me know. I know a guy. How you doing, Lost? What do you think you walked into, Lost? I was merely just offering to help a friend. You finally learned. Exactly. Okay. How do we think of this hand silhouette, everybody? What do we think about this? Was this the right course of action? Remember, I'm only looking for positive affirmation, nothing negative. I'm very sensitive. We good to do the light? Thank you, Richards. We're going to make it darker. I'm going to play around with those colors in the dark, but this was just outlining the silhouette, right? Old one. Okay, all right. So we should go back. Omizu's saying I should go back to the old thing. All right, so we should go back, is what you're telling me? I think, like, the last one, like I said, felt childish, and it felt like very... So talking about the last hand, which you guys can see in my Discord, I didn't post it on Instagram, but it's in the Discord, or what I had painted before, earlier this stream. It felt very non-striking, very blah. I don't think I painted it well. It didn't achieve the effect I wanted it to, and it was a little bit, it was nebulous to its action. Well, the other one just kind of looked like an ET hand to a certain extent, right? Yeah. You know, it's just like I left this up because I knew something wasn't right with it, and it's just like, yeah, I just want to fucking change this. Like, let's give it another go. Doesn't hurt anybody. More like a squid, yeah, I can see that. But now, this is the other thing I was thinking about. How do I get the effect that I want? And I think I just gotta be super fucking aggressive. With the light I have around here. Well, you know, Codex, I didn't make that up completely, right? Like, I have this set up right here. So in a way, I am academic drawing. Well, I am drawing based in realism and constraint, right? I do see something I want to update, though. That could look cooler. By contrast, yes, but not by color. You were testing me. So I passed, or did I fail again? More severe. So for example, I'm just gonna go straight burnt umber here. With flying colors, good. Good. Oh, that was too much. A little bit of an overstep. If you don't mind, I might just leave that as it lies. A lip now. Wait, there's something I know. Okay. This needs to come down a little bit more. And a little bit more, a little more stank to this thumb. If you wanna fucking run. Okay. Okay. Good. Getting that look I want. It feels like shit's just going better today, too. I guess that's how I know I wasn't painting confidently either. I was like kept on redoing shit and having to go over the same things. Okay. Good. Okay. All right, we brought a little bit of the depth in there. It's not a big brush thing. Should probably clean up that area. That's how it goes. Insert motivational talk about how it's important to keep going. Yeah, right? I was complaining the other day to somebody how much I dislike motivational quotes. But this is more of a talk on, like, you know, what brings you enjoyment out of this? Oh, nice, Sean. And, you know, things I was kind of, like, neglecting / forgot about, right? Okay. All right. Now to the light, okay? So I want this light, the circle, to be very exacting, and I want this shit to be striking. All right? I want people to lose control of their bowels when they see how striking this is. Too lazy to cook today? Yeah, I know that feeling. Oh my god, Sean Gamsol? Why? What is with YouTube's auto mod? Jesus Christ. Good. So I guess it's time to be aggressive. Confident brushstrokes, yo. Let's fucking do this shit. Don't blend in. Just let them play them where they lie. Play them where they lie. Don't blend in any of this shit. True. I mean, you're a goddamn patriot, Richards. We all know this. Go back to that color at some point. I'm not a nerd, Silvergrains. You know this. You know I'm a super cool guy. I did. I made it cooler. But I'm also gonna get really expressive with this. We're gonna get weird. Where do you find him? Opium den. A local opium den. I just think it deserves some balls. I think the abstract stuff deserves, like, just a more confident approach than a lot of the stuff I've been doing recently. Once again, I also just want to paint. I want to paint with confident brushstrokes. Like, that's just... And to do that, I actually have to make those marks. I can't be afraid of like, I can't question every single mark I do with how much it works. Right? So, if I'm gonna preach it, if I'm gonna profess my love, I gotta do shit. You know? And if I want this painting to be worth looking at, also. go too much, actually. Yep, I'm going to. Where do I want to do this one? Probably like right here. No, no, no. You know I like when people chime in. But we're gonna do a little bit of a Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat. But what I don't want to be doing is blending anything together. That's what I don't want. Leave it. Don't blend it. Fuck it. I like there being stakes. Well, I don't even need to. I like, you know, let's just have the confidence to just, you know, do, you know, hard edges. It's okay if it's not continuous. If it looks weird, we'll fix it. But I have a plan. I have a plan. I have.
Hey, Stella!
Where are they? Where's Stella? Use a lot of white paint, but who gives a shit?
Get your hand off my penis!
It's not my hand. Yeah, that's not the area to go a little bit darker, I think, but... No. Kind of into this right now. Maybe a little bit. I do have to pee soon, though, so... The inevitable assassination is true. Like, he really blew a gasket here. He really blew a gasket. He went through his pervert evolution. So I'm gonna make sure these silhouettes are hard and what I want. Question is what colors do I want? Do I want to go more saturated into like a red? No, the red's pointless because I got the red over here. So this has to be like anti-red to make it more interesting. Little something more neutral won't hurt either. Question is, do I want to keep a continuous like stroke path? Let's try this. It's not enough. I should. Let's try this. So question, because I wasn't paying attention, is there a reason you're putting so much color in the spotlight? expressiveness way to like show color. I could probably limit this down more. I'm also just giving this a try to see if how I see something in my head turns out. The way I kind of want it to be. So the answer to you is no specific reason outside of expressive use of color. Yeah, there's still a long ways to go. So, you know, I got plenty of time to fuck this up. And just go back to a flat, pointless color. That's not bright enough. Okay, I need to keep it brighter around the hands. No, I know you're not critiquing. I didn't take that as such. I know this is massively different than what I normally do.
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god, hooray! Didn't barehanded. Did it barehanded. Welcome in. Welcome in. Get on in here. How was your stream, Drez? With such confidence, who's next week will be painting a cubist? Not a fucking chance, Omizu. I'm even more against it. Hola, Carlos. Welcome in. Was good? I have a plan. The plan is forming better. We have a semblance of a plan, everybody. We have a semblance of a plan. Drez, if you'd like to share your links, please do. Drez makes paints, sells acrylic paints, makes and sells acrylic paints, does some miniature painting, blah, 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 blah. Was watching a little bit. We have a semblance of a plan. Yeah, we had a little discussion. If you can roll. I don't know if the yellows work. I mean, we did talk about it, you know, in our discussion, Drez. We didn't go into too much depth, but, you know, we talked about blacklisted companies and, you know, and pigments and such. Interesting. this, though. But Drez, if you want to post any links, please do, bud. Thank you for the raid. Oh, thank you, Maddie. Well, there you go. Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
Maddie, that you weren't supposed to tell people that. We're trying to save money here. The word of the day is oil paint. It is. It is. Sassafras? No, that was 2 days ago, Maddie. You wanna fucking rock and fucking roll.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch! No paint on the brush. On the brush. If you want. Yeah, no, it straight up is. It's voodoo, yo. I'm testing something out. I'm testing everybody's patience here. I have a plan, though. I have a plan. Nope, I haven't. Nope, that's wrong. That's clearly wrong. Nope. No makeup brushes here. Just overcooking. Almost at the some of the defining points though. Let's go with something like this. No, I want to intentionally keep them hard. But then again, I had been considering making the edges darker.
What the fuck is that?
It's called a painting. It's called a painting. I guess people don't know what paintings are anymore. How you doing, Sovereign? I was thinking about doing darker on the edges, but then again. Hi, Tommy. What's your exciting news, bud? feel like I'm cheapskating the top right now. If you wanna fucking rock, fucking roll. If you want. Oh, nice. Terrariums are really cool. Salamander and some bugs. That sounds really cool. Sounds really cool, Tommy. Terrariums are very interesting. Very interesting things. We're almost at Alpha Team 5 section of this painting. A little overcooked, possibly. We'll see. But we're going to live with it. We're going to see if I can do what I'm thinking in my head. I didn't come this far to puss out now. I gotta fix that too. They had some bugs in. I do love a good roly-poly. That's really cool. That's a really cool hobby. All right. Let's do the next step. Let's do the next step. Queepy. How you doing, Cheesy? Sashi, welcome back. Oh, nice. You're practically already there, Tommy. I hope I hope it's a huge success. Yeah, support's get odd, man. Like it actually is worth investing serious time into support design or ways to, you know, help that out, right? Could also save you a lot of money and material. Yep. Well, I think people have made like functions, like there's a lot of guides on that shit. So it would probably worth your time, I'm saying, to like investigate settings and what people do. I'm not saying that you haven't, but you know, if you haven't, highly recommend. Gotcha. I need some more oleo gel. Hold for oleo gel. Hold. Keep holding. Still hold. Nope. All right, we're almost at the exciting part, everybody. Sounds like you don't believe me. Fair enough. Okay. Let's see if this works as I see it in my head. Color in that. Okay. Don't fall. Hold. Hold. Keep holding. I didn't say stop. Hold. Keep holding. Okay. God damn it, not transparent enough. I mean, too transparent. Let's try this again. It's a lot of white, but I'm trying to. I want to make things pop. Yeah. I need to go to big lengths, right? wish it wasn't smearing so much. Let's try a smaller brush. Lock it in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I could. That is an option. Oh. It's got shit in the way is my big problem. How would I do this? Jesus Christ. Okay, shit's falling. Our pets' heads are falling off. Could I get it done with this? Right, Shasta. This is the better choice than brushes. Except that one was shitty. I think I have better control going it the opposite way. Jesus Christ. Okay. I want a visual effect. I put filler into it, Sean. I put filler into it. If you saw, I put a mixture of chalk, silica. This is like 60% filler. Dude, smooth, yo. Basically. And some wax. Yeah, this is still better quality than Winton, though. Now, brush, of course, drop the brush I need. Beautiful day, and I can't stop myself from smiling. If we're drinking, then I'm dying. Yeah, I agree with you. Winton, I mean, the 1980 is like clearly superior. Plus, supporting Winsor and Newton is not a good thing. Unless they pay me $1 million. Where'd I put the other? Right there. Do it. Does that work? As well as I wanted to, or do I need more white in there? Let's try another one. Every gimmick, bad additives, a lot more additives. It's still not worth your money. You don't know what's in it. And Winsor Newton is a very unethical company. I'm also not a proponent of water mixable oils codex, but well, yeah, and just frankly, there's a better option available. And Gamblin has some sort of like ethics and like they do some good things, like environmentally. Smeared it too much. So this is the big issue with filler, is what's happening to me right now, is paints turn a lot more transparent. Yeah, they have a better record of doing so. They still have some gimmicks that I don't like, but for artist grade, I recommend Gamblin. The best company, like, you know, I make and sell oil paints codex, but that's like, you know, those are professional level paints. Obviously, if you're learning, you know, you don't need to invest in those. Or if you can't afford them, obviously, but they're not crazy. They're very reasonably priced. Okay. For Williamsburg is the is like the professional grade I recommend to people if they're buying a brand, or Rublev.
I said good day!
Good day. I buy the GG Allen line. I buy the GG Wentworth oil paint brand. Or JG Wentworth, I should say. $877 cash now, yep. They make great oil paints. I got them because someone said they were safer and they don't catch fire. Regular oil paints don't set fire. Water mixable oils use the same pigments. There is no toxicity difference. There is no environmental benefit to water mixable oils as well. They are made the same way, except there's an additional additive in the oil. Yeah, if you can exchange them, yeah, I would say just get gambling if you're comfortable with that price point. That's not me coming, like, you know, like being angry at you. It's just, I see a lot of people go for water mixable oils, and a lot of them say kind of similar stuff that is just not true, you know? But it's because that information is, like, very propagated. The thing I don't recommend, though, if you do use your water mixable oils, is you don't mix them with water when you're painting. So you don't need to use solvent, just use linseed oil. Codex, I haven't used linseed oil for, sorry. I haven't used solvent for years. In any of this painting, there was no solvent involved whatsoever. You're welcome. Codex, feel free to ask, like, literally, I'm happy to answer any questions you have if you're concerned about anything. I am self-taught. I've only been doing this for 4.5 years, so I recognize the preponderance of terrible information out there. And I'm happy to help address any concerns you might have. Okay. In what way? You know the fumes are still toxic though, Sean, right? Just not as much. That is a possibility. That is a possibility. I mean, caustic, probably no. It's still just a solvent. Caustic is more, I believe, like related to like acids or what's the right word? Like stuff that oxidizes stuff fast. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I haven't, but I don't recommend. I only recommend linseed oil Codex. So Codex, do you want a bit of a like a little bit of philosophy? I only recommend linseed oil, but do you want like a way to think about all this stuff? Codex, if you can't get a clear reason on why to use a medium and you don't know what the medium does, you should not use it. Okay? I'm not saying that's what you're doing. You were asking about walnut oil, but you were like, this is like a piece of advice, okay? Companies actively try to push mediums on you because it's a huge margin for them. Very wicked. So don't like, and I don't recommend using anything with resin. So like liquid, no, alkyds or like, you know, stuff like that. I only recommend linseed oil based mediums. So that's linseed oil, linseed stand oil, or linseed based oleo gel. Well, that's what I just said. Like, use linseed oil, right? You don't need to use other shit. Yeah. How do you clean the brushes? Seen the paint coach guy on YouTube. He uses solvent, Codex. I'm familiar with him, or sometimes oil. I don't clean my brushes, Codex. But he usually cleans his brushes with solvent. I don't clean my brushes. Gasp. Oh my god. And Codex, this is how I store my brushes. In a jar of oil. Oh ho! Hi, Amanda. I keep my brushes in a jar of oil. Son of a bitch! And I just wipe off my brushes, go into the next color. That's it. Thank you, Amanda. We are trying something out. Today. It is. Now, I only use bristle brushes, mind you. Codex. I have not found a need to use anything else than bristle brushes. Now, certain techniques can require softer brushes, but for how I paint, bristle's all I need. Yeah, you can, and you, that's the other way. If you insist on cleaning, clean it with oil. Oh my god, Sashi! Does your crusade never end? Oh yeah, hog's hair is fine, but squirrels? I'm not barbaric, Omizu. Well, squirrel hair was the traditional brushes for watercolor, I believe. Like, we're talking like some of the OG brushes that people use for watercolor. I think squirrel was the big one for that. Also, I think sable, too, obviously. But I think squirrel hair was the cheaper option back in the day. Hey, I'm Amanda. I leaned harder into yellow than I thought, but I kind of like how the yellow's looking. But now I'm going back into some greens. Yellowish greens. Certain areas. Oh, not that bright. I think like the one I had was like a synthetic squirrel hair brush for watercolors. Yeah, brushes are a little bit of a gimmick. Well, all right. I'll say this, Codex. Now I'm only painting with bristle. I mean, like hard bristle and oil paints, but I have yet to find a significant difference in quality with any brush to justify like over like a medium to medium low price. That's way too dark there, huh? Surprisingly dark. That's true. All right, how are we liking this? Did I overcook this? Did we overcook? Was this in the microwave for too long? I guess there's like areas like this I could do some more. You know what? I kind of like that. I was thinking it looked like a moon at times. But that's kind of like a fun, like, little way to look at it. I think I recall that. I remember having a Winsor & Newton brush that I kind of liked back in the day, but then I lost track of it. feel like there's a dark area right here that's a little bit off-putting. Like right here. Should I be more aggressive with the white? In between the hands again? I kind of feel like I need that. Using a lot of titanium white today. But that's all right. That's okay. It's all right. Quote and Schaff, neither am I, bud. Yeah, no, the hand's not being painted. It's just the shadow. It's just the shadow is the whole thing. I would like to have some fish too. That's a good combo right there. Frankly, Quote Schaff, I could not care less about any concept related to that. If you were serious. Oh, fuck, there was white in there. Thank you, Oxford. Oh my God, Sean! Alright. I wonder if I could have gone more aggressive with the lights and darks on the hand. I say that's where some fear is like in me right now. Don't be scared. I know it is a little bit. No, because like a spotlight is just like a flat color. I was thinking of ways like get this interesting. I could have probably gone more. Well, I'll say this: it's still a reference to Nosferatu. Would it darker around the edges, like even darker around the edges, be beneficial? It would probably add to the effect, to the visual effect that I want. Just let's make it a very I think that makes it look more moon, though. I'm deciding whether I like this or not. Like, that's okay. Yeah, I know. I hear you. I just don't know if I agree with that, you know? Or if I should be working in more desaturated. You know what I probably should have done? I think part of it is I went too saturated. Too often. Let me try something. Like, I wonder if I shouldn't have ended up at white. Well, I think it wouldn't look moony if I didn't do all these colors and I did a flat color. But granted, the first one didn't look that, like, distinctive of a spotlight either. So I might be after something that's just not... It's pointless, right? I might just be after something that's pointless. Oh, awesome, Tommy. You got a good selection in there, bud. thinking. I like the hand. I could just drag a brush across it and mix it as it goes in like a swirl. That could be an option. Yeah, with the up brush. Anyone have any thoughts on that? Odorous, do you have thoughts on that? I could just drag a clean brush and kind of go around. Maybe do an opposite one too. But like a new path every time. Right. It's my biggest brush I got in here. This guy. Well, if I don't like it along the edges, I can fix those. But the might still work. So if I drag this big guy, I might need to pre-mix a color on there though, just to get out. It looks like there's a lot of darkness on it. Color variety might change, but I think, I don't know, I'm kind of suspecting that I have too much color going on here, and it's kind of making it look a little bit dumb. Or not, what, too spontaneous maybe? Let's see how this works. What do we think of that? It definitely could. I think I need to go over that with white again anyways, so... Let's bring out more white. Just plowing through this tube of titanium white. I still think I have color variety. I just need to have... I really need to have like a good, clean brush stroke in a couple areas. And I haven't been able to do that well. This might not be the brush for it either. That didn't do it. Might have overcooked. Hmm. Here. We come out farther. It looks brighter to you than it does me. Maybe the yellow was a mistake. Maybe I just needed to keep this in like blues and purples, maybe a little pink. Was that it? Maybe yellows and greens weren't where it was at. Should this just have been blues, purples, and pinks? I don't feel like the yellow's working in this at all. Anyone have any thoughts on that? Fine, I'll go piss. Let's go poop and cry. I haven't taken a break yet, so let's do that. I'll come back and think about it some more. Redo that. I'll take a look at it during my poop cry. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to run ads. Blah, 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 blah. We'll see you in 5 minutos. 5 minutos. All right, we're back. Yeah, I'm not gonna use makeup. Sean, I don't even have them, but I don't even like one-time use makeup brushes for something like this. I get what you're saying. I also have makeup sponges. But that's not what I'm going for here. Silver, do you think the yellows and the greens are not working? It could just be the yellows. You don't think the yellows? I almost like get the inkling that it like breaks things up too much. It like makes it move around too much. Because my option here would be to like go into blues, purples, pinks, but desaturated. And after all, I did it all. I did it my way. It's just not like, it's not pyopping. And I'm having problems getting. Oh, sorry, the spoon is in my glass that's making that noise. I can't help but shake like a childish feeling. But then again, the other way I'm thinking would kind of puss out on colors. I kind of wish I just didn't have the yellows or the greens though. Because also I'm overusing white. I'm just straight up overusing white. The question is what color, right? You think it's working? Oh, fucking shoulder. Let's see. Do I have no paper towels over here? God bless America. Nope. Well, I could just reuse this one a little bit. All right, let's Where's Big Boy? Yeah, right? Okay. God, I forgot about that. I did it my way. And after all, I did it my I am liking the smoothness better. Oh, fuck. But I don't want to, like, completely bend it. I want to see, like, brush marks. Under it all. How you doing, Pierogi? I'd be blending too much. You're liking it? Just got from a drag show. I smell like smoke and have glitter on every crevasse. Awesome. You know, I think there's just some sloppiness to it that I'm not digging. But the swirl is better than what it was, than just like marks. But there's some like sloppiness around the fingers that are bothering me a little bit. But let's see if I can fix these up. Yeah, there's like some like Tim Burton element to this. Oh, sneeze. Excuse you. Oh god. Oh god.
Badly.
Drew Holt. Should we just wipe it all, everybody? Or should we destroy it and cast it into the fire? Isildur! Burn it all. When I first started streaming, I did for 250,000 points. I said, I literally had a redeem said destroy my painting, where I would destroy my painting if you redeem this while I was painting it. Then somebody convinced me to get rid of it. Well, thank you, Drew. Oh, okay. Well, this hand's a mess. Well, that was back before I knew much more. Obviously, you know, doing that would be like, at this point, right, if somebody redeemed it, it would be like, I don't know, 20 something, you know, probably like 30 hours of work and, I don't know, $30 worth of paint and a $25 canvas. With the shadow color. Well, we have an option for that. Let me grab some paper towels. I don't have paper towels. Prove it all. I did it my way. We could try something. Pants are falling off. I'm wearing old, like, old pajama bottoms that, have no elastic left in them. So whenever I walk around, my pants just fall down. $500 worth of bits would probably cost you $650. Oh, $500 worth of bits is 50,000 bits. Light years. All right, we're going to try an aggressive mark here, everybody. You all ready for this? And through it all, I did it my way. Too much? Did I just ruin it? Too aggressive? Maybe I should have used a warmer blue. I mean, that was probably too much blue for that entire area. Now I'm bringing it, well, I don't have white out here. Well, I do have a little bit left. Did that improve it? Probably not. No, warmer means red, Crafty Pierogi. Warmer means red, so more purple. Cold is green. Well, Amizu, like, some spotlights are that hard of an edge. Mine isn't. Mine isn't strong enough to be that hard of an edge. And after all, I've done it all. I did it my... Yeah, I'm gonna do some more blue down there, but with the warmer one. I wanted, like, there's probably like a very quick gradient. In practice, Omizu, but like it's not something I'm gonna essentially bother with. right? Like I don't know, I like, you know, it's like there are people who have rules on like on doing portraits where every edge needs to be soft. And I think doing a soft edge would give me less of what I want in this. God damn it, though. I'm still that bright. Hey, Ace, got any more of that gum? Excuse you. I will not be excused. So Mizo, if you want to, you know what might be good for you to take a look at? Like, take a look at the Nosferatu shadows. Just look up the photos of them. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Now, one note on that is it's more striking because the center is so bright, right? But does that make it more moon-like, or does that make it more in the range of a spotlight? This is gonna be risky. God damn, do I need to bring out more titanium white? God, I'm just not... Either they're... Yeah, having problems with paint mixing. I'm not getting, like... I can't get a clear brush stroke. But it's also because everything is... I made everything so bright.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my God, a ray! Hi, Foxy. Hi, Sophist. Poison, I better see some links for you. I'm burning this place to the ground. Nope, nope. I'm gonna burn it. Well, thank you, Silver. And after all, I did it all. I did it my way. No, I think I'm gonna leave color out of this at this point. Yeah, it's not going for the moon, but now it's like it's a double moon entendre. It's supposed to be a spotlight. Now it's like two asses. But that could be worse, right? It's hard to really make a spotlight come through without like showing like a beam of light, right? Is it? Well, thank you for the kind words. Grant, that's not the intention, but there is like this is going to be this is one of two paintings that are going to work together. So a dick tip. This is going to be a dick tip with another one. Well, thank you, Silver, also. I did it my way. It seems like it is, Foxy. Well, I don't plan on blending a lot in the future. I just, in this one, I was willing to try shit. And I wasn't originally trying to blend, but there's like, you know, aspects of blending of like using a loaded brush, but the thing is there's just no distinct shapes in this, right? So it's like I refuse. I can't grow, I'm a man. All right, let's call it. I've worn out. I'm comfortable leaving it as is. Ooh, I got paint on my shirt. Oh, I'm still haven't seen any links from you. I'm about the fire's already started, Jackal. The fire's already started. The Molotov is lit and was thrown in the corner. I pinch the moon. I steal the moon. Not bad, Sophist. Fly me to the moon. Let me play upon the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter or Mars. Oh, that's cool. It's like graffiti. In other words, hold my hand. Nice. What's the long time whip? How long have you been working on it? Another word, please be true. In other words. Yeah. Well, that was Sinatra did that song later in life too. It just wasn't as popular. No, I saw. Did you send multiple links? I saw the dog painting. Slightly little in the photo. Yeah, maybe it is because it's circular. But then again, I thought the like. I mean, maybe it would have been better to paint the hand itself. Well, but see, like the hand, I'm just going for the shadow. No, that's not what I was going for. But like, if I had a hand with the shadow, then it would be like, yeah, that's a spotlight. That would be a way to do it. But in this context, yeah, I don't know. Gotcha. Is there any reason why you just don't like finish it or like make a concerted effort to finish it? Is there something you're waiting on? Elliptical, though, an elliptical, yeah, ellipses, I should say, probably would have been helped with that conveying, but I would have liked the shape less. Yeah, I checked the link. It's that painting with the dog and like I said, it looked like graffiti. Is there and a cat too. Yeah, I like it. Are the people anyone, or is it just like a reference that you chose or picked out? That kind of looks like your dog, right? Is that your... Hold on, is that you? In there? You didn't do the face of... Looks like your dog, though. Right? That your dog looks like that? Well, next painting, we are going to start the perverts next one. I don't think I'm going to spend more time on this. I think I exhausted my ideas a little bit. So this one's done. Need you to cross your fingers that my color chemistry comes in Monday. They're crossed. And you know what? I'll go cut off some other people's hands and I'll cross their fingers too. I'm very, 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 what's it? What's the right word? Why can't I think of it? Superstitious. Very superstitious. I'll also use all the hands in my closet. People are me and my... Okay. Yeah, because your face wasn't in there, and I couldn't tell, you know, the hair color, obviously. But your dog, I actually didn't know you had a cat. But the dog looked familiar. Ooh, that would suck. Where do you order from? Thank you, Sean. Wait, Silver, did you order through the post office? It's President's Day, right? On Monday? Are they delivering on Monday? Well, USPS is... do they take off President's Day? Does USPS... What days does USPS take off? It's a store transfer. It's the dick tip. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be setting that up soon, Omizu. So then is it coming through USPS? Silver? Because then it's not coming in. Oh, no shit? Okay. Yeah, it's like, I would have liked to, you know, it's just like the clarity of it, right? But I'm not necessarily disappointed. I think people will like it. I just, would have liked the... idea to come through more, right? But, I mean, people are just going to call it the moon, which is fine. I mean, the moon still kind of makes sense because there's another ass in there. Because you ordered Monday? Okay. I hope you get it then, Silver. Right now, the next painting is going to be skeleton with a human mask and a suit sitting on a chair in the dark. I'm probably going to use a spotlight to illuminate his face. Kevin standing around might have a camera if I could work out a suitable camera prop for him. And then possibly some figures looming in the upper corners. Right? Kind of a voyeuristic thing for this. Alright. You filthy perverts. Time to wipe that D. That's why you're all here. This is why Poison Jackal raided. Yeah, that's a lot. How long does it take you to develop that many, Silver? This is why Poison Jackal raided. You're gonna sit here and watch this. Not long. I'm gonna do this live on camera. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh my god. Thank you, Richards. Oh, this is filthy. I'm disgusting. Oh, really? They go bad that quick. Eight rolls. How expensive is that, Silver? Oh my god. God. I'm just... Okay, that's not terrible. I was expecting it to be like $100 from a good place. I'm happy it's done. I just like... And I don't think it's bad. I just don't... It's not like... the vision. Right? So once again, I don't think it's bad. It's better than where it's definitively better than where it was at. Because where it was at, just frankly, it stuck. It sucked. I will never call. Nope. I didn't. I don't do studies, so Mizu. I came in there with full intent to paint a painting. I gave it a college try.
Good evening.
I gave it a college try, and it's okay to fail sometimes. Yeah, these things happen. So what if I didn't hit my vision? But that does mean that I'm going to burn this place to the ground and you're never going to see me again. Thank you, Yambri. Let's take a photo. But see, that's why... But see, I didn't come in here with the intent of a study, Omizu. What do you think I am, a Republican? I don't flip around words like that. Yes or no. I mean, I still have a more, what's the right word? It's a clearer understanding, or a heightened understanding of my philosophy related to painting. You think this is a 1 millionaire, Richards? How about this? I'll sell this painting right now. I'll give a huge discount. Anyone who wants it, $500,000. Huge discount. To anybody who wants it. Huge discount. I should be locked up. How crazy this discount is. Goddamn glare. Yeah, still hand delivered in a meal. 500,000 farts. I wonder how much that amount of methane would sell for. Sorry, I'm just trying to take a photo with like as little glare as possible. Okay. I bet you there's somebody who thought they could sell the methane from their farts and collected their farts in some capacity. In jars, of course, true. Or 500 bits. Well, it is for sale. Have a good one, Jackal. Thank you for the raid. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Well, if anybody is interested, just message me. Maybe you could work out a deal. Let's find somebody. Oh, God. Alright. God, nobody's doing anything today. Oh, all bands on? Alright, oh, let me put this photo on. Pinion's on too. But I never get the chance to raid Jack, so it's gonna be Jack. Me play upon the stars. Good, Shasta, good. You gotta win that lottery, okay? You've been telling, you've been saying you were going to win the lottery, so you just gotta do it at this point. Where's Jack? There's Jack. Okay. All right. Raid and Jack. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind words and support today. Next stream could be Monday, but it's most likely going to be a Tuesday stream because I might be going to a museum on Monday. All right, because I belong in a museum. All right. With that, Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. And Mizu, thank you. Richard, Sean, Silvergrain, Shasa, Yambari. I can't see who followed me, but thank you for the follow. Pickles, Sophist, Jackal, Todd, Yambari. Thank you, everybody. Everybody, thank you for helping me out with my questions on this. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate input. I do read everything. I don't mean to dismiss anything. If I believe something or not. But yeah, thank you. I always appreciate input. I'm not offended by it. So yeah. I guess that's it. All right, get the hell out of here. Go have fun at Jack's. Bye-bye.